And so, good morning, everybody. Here we are again, diving from research vessel Falcor, Schmidt Ocean Institute, and by now we have found our first coral in the Perth Canyon. So, what happened in the last 2 days? We we quit operation in Lewin Canyon because of bad weather condition, and we move off the western Australian margin. Now we are offshore the town of Perth, and in fact, we are by now visiting the third and last canyon of this fantastic expedition, is the Perth Canyon, one of the major incision of the Australian margin in its totality. So by now, ROV SuBastian is just checking the bottom in a small locality that we call 5 years ago Two Rocks. Is basically on the northern margin of the canyon incision, of the large canyon incision, and is an area that we want to check in detail for, especially because our expedition in 2015, led by Malcolm McCulloch, and again using the Falcor, but at the time the ROV SuBastian was not yet in operation. By the time we discovered here important fossil coral grounds with corals dating back to the last glacial age. So this is the control room. So again, we have a team, an integrated team that will follow the operation for the day. To my right, the first chief pilot for the morning is Chris Ingram, and next to him we have our Canadian gentleman, Adam Wetmore. And navigation is in the good hands of Debbie Smith and Dan Doremia. And filing the geological and biological data, we have by now Anna from the university, from the museum, Western Australian Museum in Perth, together with Dando and with Todd Bond. They will populate our logs in terms of features for future habitat mapping and for the reconstruction of everything that we are seeing during this epic exploration of the western and southwestern Australian canyons. Obviously, in the control room, we have the PI of the expedition, Julie Trotter. She is a geochemist from the University of Western Australia in Perth. And for the time being, beside me, Marco, that I'm commenting the day, the ROV survey, and helping to file up the data. That's the entire group by this time of the day. So just keep tuned. Now we have this first sclerotinian corals here. You can see that it's quite different, the geology of the area with respect to the southwestern Australian margin that we visited in the last 4 weeks now. The geology is different. We are no longer exploring the margin that separated from Antarctica. This is the margin where the major splitting actually involve Greater India from Australia. So the geology, the landscape, and the seascape here is a kind of different. You can see that the environment here is characterized by actually a very stony bottom. And we will cruise later just to search for as much as we can for ancient coral grounds. We are now cruising on a rather flat surface. It will be probably most of the day will be a similar seascape, so slightly less than 740 meter. We know this site because we have been roughly here 5 years ago, and it's not really what I would say a lush coral ground. We have seen just one solitary coral that is very useful for the calibration of the geochemical oriented project based on cold water corals. And also we see a few actually um, small colonies of Stylasterid, the white kind of ubiquitous um, calcified coral that was making so much of the seascape in both Lewin and Bremer Canyon, on occasion even forming a sort of mini animal forests. Our experience on the Perth Canyon that we gained 5 years ago is that the environment is quite different from Bremer and from Louis canyons. Um, Circulation seems to be a lot more sluggish here. Um, Perhaps even nutrients are not so important as they are in the Bremer Canyon. So maybe just sustaining reducing communities in terms especially of biomass. Um, our experience of the previous dives here reveal actually no significant coral grounds, but here and there maybe the occasional aggregation of Desmophyllum, a few colonies of Solenosmilia, and a few glass sponges and so on. So now we have another solitary coral that we are going first we consider where to collect it, and then we will eventually sample for the project. The project is again just to establish the dynamics of the ocean in this sector of the globe by using the skeletal coral carbonate as our Rosetta Stone, as our archive of information through time. While these animals are living, they simply unavoidably encode a lot of signals from the ambient water they are growing during their lifespan. By doing so, they of course actually they register any variation or any value of the of seawater temperature, nutrient, pH at any given time. So we like, of course, to have longive corals, to have some long history to decode, to decipher in the lab regarding the modern ones. And regarding the fossil one, of course, we can date them and then apply the same exercise on the skeleton as if they were alive. And in such a way, we can then reconstruct what was going on in the past. Everything will be put then in a single picture, in a scenario that is covering one of the most dramatic time in the recent geological history of the planet. That is from the last glacial age, that is a mere 20,000 years ago, up to the present warmer interglacial, up to the acceleration in warming that we think is at least partly to be attributed to anthropogenic anthropic impacts. And last but not least, we wanted to get a glimpse about the progressive ocean acidification. Intuitively, ocean acidification is something that is very much resented by all those forms of life that have a calcium carbonate skeleton. Basically, if you want to be dramatic, if you put calcium carbonate in acid, you are going to see the mineral to be dissolved quickly, and this is what at slower paces it may happen to the next ocean with the present rate of ongoing acidification. That may bring about important rearrangement of the entire system, beginning with dot components that are living in the plankton, so they are in the very first step of the trophic food, if you want, chain web. From the primary production in the ocean to the animals that are using it, down to the fact that those nutrients in a way or another they may reach, and actually they do reach the sea bottom, and they will be a major source of energy for all communities, even down to Hadal, so superabyssal depth. Also, by now we are trying to collect another polymeches, cap coral, like its closer relatives, Caryophylla, Desmophyllum above all, but even Flabellum and the others are living in the muddy bottoms that we collect in the past days. Polymeches is secreting an aragonitic skeleton. We will use it for basically mostly for calibration purposes. Normally we concentrate for more refined geochemical studies on 2 or 3 species that we use as our best archives for doing whatever, let's say, in-depth studies on the isotopic, stable isotopic, trace element, rare elements composition. We have multiple approaches, and every approach has some specific return in terms of disclosing one aspect of the water mass. So the ratio lithium magnesium, for instance, is good to assess temperature. If we concentrate on boron isotopes, then we will get a proxy for ocean acidification on the pH. And if you look at phosphorus, then it will be a proxy for the fertility of the water mass, so nutrients. On the contrary, if you go through neodymium, how neodymium is tracing the water mass origin, so altogether they will contribute to a mosaic where a lot of significant variable of the water column can be assessed with fidelity. that on the opposite was really absolutely incredible in terms of diversity and density of benthic animal life practically at every spot we visit. Here in the Perth Canyon system situation, as I was saying early this morning, is somehow less dynamic. You will see in the next days, for example, that there is not much current, even the cliffs are not covered by sea life. And you will recognize very well the geological nature of the bedrock, because no big transformation. You will see the layering and the bedding almost intact, and those are rocks that are, according to our studies, going back to the tertiary epoch, so the Cenozoic, from the Paleocene, Eocene, Paleocene, up to the Miocene mostly. And it is always amazing how this powerful steel robotic arm is capable. Every day is a long day on board Falcor. But no complaint. We are so lucky to see for the first time the sea bottom here. Actually, this is only partially true regarding Perth, because again, Perth was just the starting point of the story that was later developed into the current expedition. So in 2015, here we were, and again was actually a mixed team of geochemists, geologists from the University of Western Australia in Perth, and Italian scientists with the CNR in Italy. By the time everybody belonged to the Institute of Marine Science in Bologna, and this expedition, one of us got a new position in another institute, Institute of Polar Science. Paolo Montagnos being co-PI of this expedition together with Julie Trotter, but he quit the expedition after the end of the first leg in Albany a few days ago, and we got some replacement in the scientific team for the second and last leg. This was the time when Dando came on board as a substitute of Federica, and Claudio Mazzoli, petrographer, petrologist from the University of Padova, also was adding to the team, also to bring his skills regarding geology, but also his experience with the Southern Ocean. He's a veteran of Antarctica, as some of us. And so, as you can see, yeah, so life and death on the bottom. So we have this squat lobster that the fish is still alive. still alive, and the decapod, the squall lobster, is considering what and how to act, because we cannot interfere with nature. So hi once again to everybody. Here we are in the Perth Canyon in a small area called Two Rocks. Actually, we named this area Two Rocks 5 years ago during our first expedition of the canyon. At the time, we didn't have the SuBastian ROV, but still we were on board research vessel Falcor, the Schmidt Ocean Institute. That's the first dive for the third and last canyons of our Coral Canyon Australian adventure. And we are in an area that is just covered by pebble, cobbles, and so on. Kind of flat area, about 700-meter water depth. In the first 45 minutes, we already collect some live and subfossil cap corals. Polymeches is a large sclerotinian. So we are quite happy because it is very useful for our calibration, in the sense that we are working out the paleoclimatic and climatic evolution of the ocean in this part of the globe, seen through the eyes, that means through the skeletal aragonite of corals. And that will contribute to a better appreciation of what's going on in the short and mid-term, in the sense of global warming, change in temperature, rearrangement of water masses, eventually progressive acidification of the ocean. And these are critical points to be assessed. This is not for academic purposes only. This kind of thing are going to affect our everyday life in a way or another, because everything is connected, interconnected. So what is going to happen and to be seen in the ocean is something to do, obviously, with the atmosphere, with life on land, life at sea. So everything is connected. So it's immensely important that we give our small contribute about the changing climate, from the perspective, from the viewpoint of the ocean. Obviously, corals are not the beginning or the end of this kind of information. It's simply complementary to the intelligent appreciation of the functioning of planet Earth, by integrating as many descriptors as we can. So if our job is basically that to be on the ocean at shallow and deep depth, using the corals, so it could be the Great Barrier Reef, or it could be just this minute creature in 700-meter water depth. Okay, if you are doing this, in the meantime, other are exploring the climatic variability by, say, drilling a glacier in the Andes or in the Alps, or maybe taking a long core, as a borehole in Antarctica or in Greenland, or maybe to rising a sedimentary core from the deep Pacific floor or the Mediterranean, or by looking at the record left by sediment accumulating the integrate functioning of planet Earth. So we are sampling the fish. There's a wounded one, couldn't really escape. Um, because once again, by now, by now the team is including Todd Bond, is a student on fish ecology, has experience on shallow water fish, and then his first expedition by ROV to work out a project on deep sea fish ecology. And overall, I would say that the expedition was plenty of a great occasion to observe a variety of fish life, including some, I would say, unusual one from the very beginning, in a depth range of 250 down to 3,300 meters. It is really remarkable. So we have a lot of footage, a lot of observation, a lot of stills that can provide the first-hand information about life cycle, beside presence or absence of given species in the canyons here, and size in the Australian margin. So a great occasion, I would say, for an ecologist to be part of an expedition like this, made possible by actually the philanthropy of the Schmid-Ocean Institute that is really contributed to substantially to advancing our understanding of the deep sea realm, the blue planet, well behind the reach of scuba divers or snorkelers. So a very important mission. Yeah, actually, the two experts representing the Western Australian Museum in Perth were basically all living specimen not useful for geochemistry will be stored for the assessment of biodiversity and preservation of our biological heritage, legacy. So both expert, so the first leg was Andrew Housin and now is Anara. Uh, they are expert in crustaceans, so why there is always a taste for collecting some representative of this group because they are really expert on their taxonomy and ecology. Yeah, actually, during our expedition, this is probably the very first time when we saw a cloud, a swarm of tiny crustacean, maybe also fish larvae and so on, swimming in the water column. Um, actually, this is good news for the big cap corals that they can really capture live prey. Okay, so this is the control room of the vessel Falcon and the pilots, the ROV pilots. So we have Chris Ingram and Adam Wetmore, plus expedition leader Julie, Deb, the two guys working on profiling and describing the expedition. Now also Alexei, our Russian hydrologist. You look grumpy. Oh, you are on there. It's okay. It's okay, but a coffee will be welcome later. So now we are resuming our journey on the seafloor. Again, the area here is quite flat topography. There's a lot of stones, as you can see. This is something that we haven't seen in, for example, in the in the Bremer Canyon and in the Louis Canyons before. There was much cliff situation there, but obviously here, because we are on the actually out of the main Perth Canyon incision, this is just the vast plateau that is connecting then the system to land. And basically we are not too much offshore in Perth. Um, so the town of Perth, Fremantle, is about 50, 60 kilometers away from here. And the Perth Canyon is one of the biggest incision of such type around. It's kind of been nicknamed the Grand Canyon of the ocean. It's even bigger than the Grand Canyon in Colorado. It started with the beginning of the incision about 200-meter water depth, and then is actually opening to the bathyal plain in 4,000-meter water depth. So it's a huge, huge feature. And this is not the case of the other canyons that you have seen, visited by ROV, or that you can just spot if you have the chance to look at a bathymetric map of the region. You will see actually an array of canyons all parallel one to each other that are incising the margins here. And there's kind of smaller features, but Perth is big. And now it's time for the first shift in the ROV team. So our northerner pilots from Canada and Michigan are going to be replaced by our southerner pilots from Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas. So by this time, Cody is by now taking the place of chief pilot instead of Chris. At the end of this delicate operation, Adam will be replaced by Jason. Yeah, so I can see on the chat line that there are greetings for our young Californian student Taylor Simpkins. So, Donald, she is here and say goodbye.
Hello.
Or hi, whatever. So Donald, uh, Taylor, she just took a pic from the top chat as it appeared in the control room, so as a future memory of niece to uncle relationship. Very good. I'm also an uncle, but my niece, my nephew, they are not calling me. It's too early in Italy. Okay, I can take it. So thank you for following, guys. Anyhow. Yeah, once again, here we are in, let's say, in a rather flat seascape on the northern margin of the uh, Perth Canyon system. We decide to actually to scout again this area here in about 700 plus meter water depth. There's not much topography, but in fact, we knew this area since our first expedition some 5 years ago, led by Malcolm McCulloch from UWA in Perth. And we crossed over actually a graveyard, coral graveyard, that proved to be a very important site for understanding the evolution of coral grounds and in front of main paleoclimatic and paleoceanographic changes. In fact, we collect some of this skeletal coral hash, and corals have been dated, especially by using a uranium-thorium technique, very precise on coral aragonite. And we could see ages dating back to the last glacial times. So far, roughly the only such type that we have in our record for this margin. Who knows if the skeletal hash that we sample in Lewin Canyon and also in the Bremer Canyon area, if they have share the same age or not. Time will tell. But I think that also similar ages have been found by other colleagues, like the dead coral grounds that were intercepted by in previous expedition by around Thresheries. It was part of our Perth expedition 5 years ago. So if by any chance he's following the current one, just greetings to him by the team on board. So now we are flying over a very small, still a sterile animal forest. Implication that we have some current here capable to bring particles, think that they just spot a cephalopod, yeah. Pretty tiny cephalopod, so we will take maybe a close-up. No way you can get a nice picture, it's too shy, but we'll move around a little bit. Okay. Okay, the close-up is showing us also that the sediment here is made up by a number of skeletal remains. Basically, the triangular things are the shells of pteropods, so these are planktonic mollusks. They spend their entire lives just floating happily in the water column, and when the animal died, the very thin aragonitic shell is raining down to the bottom, forming conspicuous biogenic sediment. Also, we can see foraminifera and also other particles left behind by all sort of plantic and benthic organism, and even fish, like the otoliths. These are tiny aragonitic skeletal parts that are just in the earring system of the fish. We are also looking for this kind of skeletal remains, but basically what we really want is a coral graveyard. We need the corals for our story above all. So we know that in the area there are a few. Um, we could not actually repeat exactly a dive that we did long ago, because apparently there is a cable on the bottom, so we cannot, of course, put in danger the ROV SuBastian. And here finally we see some bedrock, uh, possibly sedimentary units of Paleocene, Eocene age. Yeah, by this time you can really see the bedrock here. Before we only see the dismantling of the bedrock. So you see it's gently dipping, but basically kind of horizontal. But just discussing with Alexei, we agree that it seems like a little bit that this kind of limestone, or at least carbonate-rich sort of rock was exposed to weathering, maybe once on land, to produce features that we know in many coastal areas around our planet. Of course, this is just um, a very simple evaluation. The moving thing actually is an Ecuran worm that was completely, is greenish. It was completely expanded just seconds ago, because that was the way that this worm that is well hidden into the sediment is expanded, the sort of, let's call it snout, that also is a little bit imprecise, the description, but to feed upon any kind of food it may track into the sediment. Is an interesting animal, is a cosmopolitan, and also is living at any depth from almost intertidal to, that's a very strange hermit crab. Uh, just okay. And this is Jason. Jason has an attitude for this kind of operation, and actually, crustacean specialist on board really wanted to have a close look at the hermit crab. We have an aquarium. We can take picture. Plus, the anemone also is interesting. All right. Now we will see. Uh, yes, just a comment on about the difference in the coral community. in the various canyon systems that we have seen so far. Um, definitely, definitely, um, there is a distinct difference between the Perth Canyon and the southwestern canyons that we visit in the past weeks. In terms of coral richness, Perth Canyon is not what we can describe as a coral land, whilst Bremer Canyon was really amazing for the quantity of coral life that you have seen at any depth, the variety, and the density. Probably something to do with the current properties over there, maybe the nutrients and so on. Perth Canyon instead, we already published something, the Perth Canyon, based on our first expedition 5 years ago. A sort of a much more sluggish environment. Corals here do not really look so happy like in Bremer Canyon. You have occasional patch of colonial corals, Solenosmilia especially, and also the cap corals. Yes, you have some, but never such an intense colonization as in the other canyons. So for people who have seen both situations, and you will see now the continuation of our Perth Canyon exploration, just keep in mind that it would be in a way biologically not so exciting. Of course, it's always exciting because that is the real nature of the place here is like that. But forget about unless something dramatic escape our attention previously. Forget about seeing the big animal forests and the minor reefs that we observe in Bremer and Lewin canyons. Although we are not sure that we can get on the grounds where so many mud-seeking cap corals were also thriving, both in Bremer and in Lewin, with all the flabellum and this kind of thing. It's different. It's definitely different. And also it's important to see these kind of gradients from one place to another, so you have an appreciation how the extent is life depending where you are, and also the control that water masses may exert on the technology of any sort of sea life you may find. Yeah, on occasionally, yeah, just a fan, black coral, Antipaterian. But life is a little bit more sparse than in the other situation. Also, remember we are in a flat kind sort of plateau here, very gently sloping. Squat lobster associated with the Cnidarian, maybe shrimp. Basically this calcium carbonate rich rock, it seems, I mean, from a distance at least, to show some microcast weathering dissolution features, perhaps inherited at a time when potentially these units were exposed on land. We don't know that for sure. It's only a possibility. Now we have some skeletal ash. Yeah, we start to see arguments for the main target for today, that just to find coral graveyards. We already spot a few dead coral branches. Maybe we may intercept, let's say, a bigger and better coral graveyard soon. So now we are collecting some of the fossil colonial coral, perhaps Solenosmilia, but also you see the dark cap corals, dead ones in the sediment. Also you may have seen that here currents are actually active, because you could see bed forms as ripples. Ripples normally is so when the sediment is sandy and is under the influence of currents, they organize like on the actually on the seashore, in this kind of small parallel ridges, always denouncing the fact that you have currents impinging the sea bottom. That's also explaining why the sediment here is coarse. It's a coarse kind of bioclastic rich sand, because fine particles are eventually winnowed away by the current. Yeah, apparently thoughts, impression about the fish. It could be in the family the apogonids. They're maybe better known in the shallow. It's a salt or deep sea cardinal fish. And here we have a small cliff. As you can see, is again one of the sedimentary, possibly early tertiary units making up so much of the stratigraphy in the Perth Canyon. It is very soft, with some little induration here and there. The holes you see is exactly because the bedded, layered chalk, sort of limestone, is still so soft that animal life can efficiently dig in, worms and so on. So you see that the bugs and the small overhangs are offering shelter to the occasional squab, lobster, and there is a graveyard just above. Because actually the small terraces are just have been attacked by fish. Uh, they are just offering a chance to the falling corals to accumulate, and the combination of falling through the years, the decades, and the bottom currents is actually making this time average situation where you may have corals covering thousands of years all in but one spot. We are going to pick up just a piece of rock here for a better geological assessment. Of course, we can do with pebbles. In many situations, we're obliged to pick up loose rock, but it's always better for geology to actually to, whenever possible, to pick up a sample from the in situ situation. Then it will be just a snapshot, a little bit to nail down the basic stratigraphy in the area precisely. Our previous, very soft, our previous experience that we are dealing from with Eocene, but probably here younger rocks, very lithified, so possibly Miocene in age. So as we were seeing early this morning when we started the ROV, uh, SuBastian dive number 327, the target today is by large exactly graveyards, shelly graveyards enriched in corals. Um, we already know that we are finding a lot of different ages in these graveyards. We can't say anything about the ages by simply watching the preservation state. Um, so it will be a lot of work in dating later on. Again, we try to combine multiple purposes, during our operation. So obviously, it's very good for the history of coral colonization. But in the meantime, this sponge will add to the collection for the biodiversity of the area. And the rock sample also is going to be an addition for not only characterizing the substrate type for us, that is always an important achievement, but also for, let's say, more general geological purposes. Here we have the privilege to be uh, on the bottom of the canyon and seeing the geology, the stratigraphy, so we can get a sample that is precisely located in space. Um, while if you are going to sample blindly, for example, from the surface by a classic oceanographic geological mission, will use corer and howls or dredge. Yeah, then you don't really know exactly. You will never know exactly the position. So, albeit minimal, the sampling that we are reporting for geology, nevertheless, it would be a plentiful but essential addition for those people who want to work about the geological and geodynamic history of Australia. So why not having the chance to actually increase the the knowledge, the overall knowledge of the area. So we succeed in collecting another good sample of our coral yards. Just Malcolm was just discussing with us. We collect the fact that now we have a better picture through space and time about the coral colonization here and forcers. Obviously, then we need precise data and precise dating of actually every single colony or solitary coral, cap corals may provide a different ages, so we will analyze many specimens from the same scoop because they are not representing just a single age, but they are, as we say, technically time average situation where we may have 100, if not thousands of years separation between any given coral. Actually, what is really making up the real biodiversity of a cold water habitat is the combination of the engineers, so those animals that are actually responsible for constructing the framework. So there will be primarily colonial corals, and then all those forms of life that in a way or another are associated because of the existence of this coral habitat. So some are simply exploiting the fact that, like this dory here, that the corals offer an ecospace where a lot of animal life can hide, feed, visit on occasion. But a few organisms are intimately connected to the corals themselves because they are feeding upon them. So they are obligatory corallivorous. And this is include a few invertebrates, among which I would say that mollusks, sea snails, have an absolutely prominent role. They also, of course, they are suffering the same, let's say, ecological consequences that are affecting the onset or demise of coral banks. So, for example, we have some fossil such corallivores that are represented now by empty shells, of course, that were telling us that the system was very healthy during the last glacial age. Nowadays, we haven't found any living representative of such coral eaters, and it's not surprising because, as you can see, at least so far, we only found dead corals. So that entire part of the community vanish with the demise of the coral bank. Other life, in fact, not so strictly related to the fate of the hosts, they could have survived, moved away, and so on. Albeit minor, in fact, these are not minor aspects of cold water coral life in space and time. Even for, let's say, governance or management of the seabed, this is quite relevant because obviously if you have a healthy coral ground, including these associate species that may represent an hotspot of biodiversity. So maybe those corals, Lastolenos milidae, they are widespread in range, but the specific corallivorous organism you maybe only find there in 3-4 sites, no more. And then this is a good argument, for example, to make a case for better protection of the seabed there. In the case you only have dead material, that will be more difficult to explain why you want to protect something that is long gone. So any scientific argument, as you see, in the end is merging in a more general picture that has some repercussion also in the not only the appreciation of the sea, but also the better governance. So if I have to choose myself a place to to bring the attention of politicians, for a marine politician, I would say, well, okay, just go for this ground because we have a very healthy coral growth. And if I have to choose between two similar grounds, okay, go for this one because the general biodiversity is higher, and I know some endemic or very rare species associated with this coral bank, but I don't know the same. I can say the same for this other one. spectacular anemone, the first of two-day dive. Also you see sponges. We just collect one sample of these sponges earlier on for a taxonomic assessment. By now we see no such coral graveyards anymore here, not even the debris. So perhaps they were not really living up cliff, but they were roughly living where we collect them, possibly. We were just observing with Julie that now pilots also report a very big current, but not much coral debris, sclerotinan coral debris occurs here, so perhaps the coral graveyards are maybe basically in situ. On the other hand, we have a dead colony of corallium that we may consider to collect. That will be a decision taken by the PI. We will see. So again, for those people in following us and during our real-time streaming, today dive is on the upper part of the Perth Canyon system. So we are in a kind of a shallower situation. Basically, we will not move that much from the isobath of the 700 meter. Here we have some let's say outcropping substrate, but not just the imposing walls that we found in canyons. But the real canyon, now we are on the marginal plateau, is very steep, extremely steep. So most of the dive today, I would say, will be in the range of 750 up to 700 meter. So obviously the colony was considered worth to be sampled. It's a gorgonian basically that is calcifying the skeleton in calcite. Also we spot a dead cap coral, so it's good for us anyhow, because we have the combination of having one of our target species plus this calcitic subfossil element. We attract the attention of a number of dories, deep sea dories. I think that this concentration here has something to do with the current, maybe bringing a small prey to them, plus the obvious action to attract fish because of the lights that are, of course, part of the infrastructure of ROV SuBastian. A very efficient, large ROV conceived and crafted expressly for the Schmidt Ocean Institute and expressly to be on board research vessel Falcor. once again, many of the, I mean, the name of the ship herself, the name of the ROV herself, and other drones that they have on board are all named after characters in the fiction movie The Never-Ending Story. I think it's very appropriate, especially for people indulging in the exploration of the blue planet that is really never-ending. We really know little about the entire blue planet that is basically making most of the situation on the surface of our planet. We are a blue planet, and by large we are a deep blue planet, but we know a little bit of the shallower environment and so little about the deep sea. And you may understand why. It's complicated, expensive, and technologically demanding to go deep. So there is room for many generations of future explorers in the years and decades and possibly centuries ahead. So we observe this scallop attached to a pebble there, and again you may appreciate the dead corals around, and again no live coral on site, and the white tusk shell on your left is just a scaphoid shell, so sort of a mollusk that is they live into the sediment, and some of them are carnivores, are eating foraminifera. Now we are collecting the cap corals, the fossil cap corals. Uh, they look fresher than those we have seen before. Sometimes this is only because they got buried earlier or soon by fine sediment escape, and therefore the patina that is actually provoked by being exposed on the seawater for a while. So aspect is not necessarily immediately, let's say, an argument for age. We have been tricked many times in the past by seeing fresh corals that we thought recently dead, and then after uranium thorium dating, we've seen that in fact they were just in the strong currents here, so it's not surprising to see a large Canadian fan intercepting it. It's covered by brittle star or furoids. They gain advantage of the coral like a substrate, projecting into the water column, so they may feed comfortably attached to the fractal surface of our fan. You can see squat lobsters here and there. Maybe I'm going to take a nice picture here. Okay, so it's for Jason in Michigan. Um, the bedrock here is a sedimentary marine deposit. As it starts from since the Eocene onwards, so we're talking about 40 million years up to possibly here the Miocene, and these are sort of deep sea sediments, marine carbonates, not dissimilar for what we observe on occasion in the Bremer Canyon, especially in the deepest part, and in the Louis Canyon, all the cliff that we were observing in Louis Canyon was made up by a similar rock. But the origin is slightly different, at least for what regarded the big geology, in the sense that one may remember that we have in Bremer and Lewin Canyon the southwestern Australian margin under scrutiny. That is exactly the margin that was witnessing the separation of Australia from Antarctica. So there was a sea that was start forming at the end of the Mesozoic age, and especially everything most was an acceleration in deepening the sea in between the two continents, drifting away since the Eocene. Here the situation is a little bit different because now we are dealing with a sea that was forming when Australia, Western Australia, was separated from larger India. So also India was drifting away, and by so doing, opening, of course, a sea and then the ocean in between. And there we have the accumulation of this kind of white sediment, uh, layer after layer, bed after bed through the millennium. That's why they are so fine bedded. This kind of deposits are not forming normally in shallow water. Shallow water will be much more dynamic, sand and boulder and pebbles and maybe some mud, but not this delicate and continuous sedimentation as the so-called distal offshore one. That's the reason for this kind of layering in this specific area. And this ancient sediment is not very indurated again, so actually we can appreciate the fact that still there are animals that can dig into the friable soft rock. Although being exposed to currents, you see what is actually a differential lithification of the various beds. Some obviously are more prone to be cemented than others. So the whitish stuff is still in a way, in a stage not to be very lithified, while the other, with the patina, they are in the incipient, in the beginning stages of turning into more solid rocks, say into a real limestone. But again, if you're going to probe both types with the robotic arm, we will not see too much difference. They are both friable and soft. Okay, see, here we are in one of those situations where we wanted to get a piece of the Cnidarian for the museum, good enough for describing the morphology of the polyps and the general morphology of the animal. Of course, they will also use the footage, the coverage that we are taking, but also useful for make some genetic assessment of the animal. That's very important. Many such cnidarians to the untrained eye, but even to some of the trained eye, they look exactly the same. course, we are now considering, okay, yeah, the decision was that it was so fragile, the substrate, that anyhow it was impossible to pick up just one small branch. Um, what would have been the case probably if the colony was just sitting on, let's say, one of the many substrates that we visited during our Brewer Canyon journey, for instance. So we will take this occasion also for a collection of the associate fauna, mostly echinoderms that are very visible, but possibly there are more other organisms, shrimps and other associates that will be spotted once the sample will be on board. Especially fascinating is a group of gastropods in the family Ovulid, say something like egg shape. They are actually parasitic on such kind of cnidarians, but almost impossible for most species to be seen, even if you are getting very close with the camera. They are so mimetic, they are reproducing also the morphology, not only the color or the host. And many are still undescribed, and some are only known by shells or even living organisms, living animals, but recorded through throwing or howling, and then you don't really know which was the host. So now we are secure. This museum specimen of Paragorgia to be taken on board. Falcor. Yeah, it's a nice squid. Again, layering and bedding is rather obvious here. Now the two laser dots were just put for showing the size. They are 10 centimeters apart, so the animal is probably some 20 centimeters in total length, something like that. Now again, after this first two hour and a half on the sea bottom, we can all appreciate the concept that coral actually they have a special spatial evolution through time, that something is causing their onset, but some other factors may vice versa um, drive to their disappearance, because we are traveling now from the pebbly blocky situation we observed before to the cliff, We've seen so much dead coral, but not a single living one here. So obviously the coral graveyard are reproducing situations in the past. They are not simply the accumulation of dead stuff, partly still living today. On occasion, we still may hope in finding some leftovers, some living colonies, some living cap corals. But so far, that is our third dive, consider also the 215 expedition in this area here in two rocks and finding no live corals, versus a huge amount of dead coral accumulation. Here we added our small mini garden, our small sponge animal forest on the terrace. Still a sterid, irregular sea urchin, a lot of polychaetes and serpulid are welding to the surface, and those coiled and irregular tubes that we. The green animal on the left is again is Bonilla viridis, so the currant worm. Yeah. And viridis, the specific name, is the Latin name for green, and now we know that is the term is quite appropriate for this animal. Brittle stars, squat lobsters. The prawn. Yeah, but now is lunchtime on board Falcor, so soon we will have some change, some shift. I will include our ROV pilots. Debbie has been replaced by Paul Duncan. Jimbo, as we got to know him, is the MT, actually supervisor on board Falcor. Once again, the squid. Is posing for us, thank you. So now we are quite excited because we are getting onto a widespread, immense coral graveyard, especially represented by colonial corals. Likeness, Solenosmilia will be one of those. And we are in 680-meter water depth. It is quite remarkable because that's in a way well compare with what we observe in the Lewin Canyon. So for sure now we are going to collect here to scoop sediment and corals in quantity.
What's the coral there? Think we're gonna sample some of it? I'll just do all the auto jump out real quick.
And by now Cody and Chris are back as the ROV team, and also Russell Caulfield, the ROV team supervisor, is discussing with Cody and Chris. Um, yeah, the gear that we are using now, we call it a scoop. The holes are in a way useful not to clog the scoop with excess sediment. Sometimes we want it, but in such a case, if we make a good scoop and we don't shake it, it's going to be reaching into the scoop. But sometimes you only want a specific coral and so on, so we use the hole like to be a sieve. So scoop is the name. So we also observe a very tiny cap coral alive. The only one such type that we have observed so far. So any exploration, of course, is adding something that we didn't know before. So it's very small, but possibly we are going to collect it for the calibration. So the situation here that we are in 680 meter, 82 meter water depth with a bottom temperature that is next to 7 degrees Celsius. It is not dissimilar for what we observed during our last dive 2.5 days ago in the Ruin Canyon, where we had a comparable mass grades for corals there. The exception is that there were also still some living ones in Luin, while here coral life is actually minimal. So we take also the accompanying sediment because we may find interesting tiny corals, for example, that are not to be seen immediately during the sampling. It was the way we collected the very first fossil flabellum in Bremer Canyon almost 4 weeks ago. And by this time, the filing of the information, the biological, geological, the sample information is the responsibility of Jill and Paula. So Jill Brewer and Paula Cartwright, they are by now replacing Damdo and Anna. So it's a big team where we can actually rely upon various people in order to be always on duty at any time. Yeah, but we can collect it. Yes, we have now complete another sampling of the coral graveyard. We expect a lot of surprise by dating them. Actually, we know already that some are last glacial in age, but also this time we found something that is very recent, so uh, maybe some survival here and there, what we didn't find last time. And perhaps something in between, like ages, that will probably contribute to have the complete story. But even by now, it's obviously that cold water corals, the colonial ones, the frame makers, enjoyed in the past a much better condition than today. So there's something very important to take into account for the paleo story that is backing this expedition as it was for the 215 Perth Canyon previous expedition by the same team basically and on the same shape. So the Falcor at the Smith Ocean Institute. Yes, while we are doing some technical operation, in fact, just to wait to the ship to be next to the ROV SuBastian, uh, we may try to show you actually actually it's no longer on the screen, but okay, just to show you the topography here. Um, we, we use not only the multi-beam map that is in fact basically it's a topographic map. We also use the so-called backscatter, and backscatter is just okay, now you can see it. It's just how the different kind of bottom they respond to acoustic energy, and this is for us very important in having an idea where you have a drape of mud or on the opposite where you may have rocks. And by now we have a ship-to-shore visit, and so there's a school in Australia that is contacting, and so now Julie Trotter, she is speaking and explaining about the expedition. So we are in the control room by now. Okay, so after some technical operation with the ship, we got it to be once again in an operation. Now you can see how steep and sharp is the contact between the Telius with the small plane and the flat here, and the outcropping substrate here is a vertical, kind of vertical wall made up by possibly Paleogene to Miocene sort of carbonate sediment, calcareous sediment, the extinct layering, and all this kind of erosional features. They are reminiscent in a small scale of like a mesa landscape, like in Utah or something like that. What is really telling us that erosion may proceed according to the strength, the degree of lithification of the rock. So you may see that some little bit with hanging odds, with roofs, and so according to intimate intrinsic status of similitification of the layered sediment, some are working like corniche, like small roofs, some small overhangs, and other in fact are not. So we want to get back to our previous water depth. So again, climbing a little bit the topography here. Okay. You see how much coral debris is scattered on the seafloor. Is coarse bioclastic, as we wanted to call this kind of bottom. That means that the sediment produce a shed by those organisms which during their lifetime produce calcareous skeletons. Just 1 second. Scaly worms of some sort. Yeah, maybe there was a request by the zoologist. So by now the ROV team, Russell and Chris, they just completed the operation of sampling the specific coral graveyard. We always have the hope to find maybe more rare coral inside the sediment. Obviously, both the cap coral, Desmophyllum-like, and the colonial one are overwhelming, but on occasion we can find other important coral like flabellum associated to the sediment. We will see once on board by washing the sample what we are going to find. Okay, so after this further sampling in 730 meter, now we are going back to the shallower depth where we interrupt the previous operation. Basically now we are confident that last glacial coral grounds occur here in the Perth Canyon, in this area of the Perth Canyon system. It's called Two Rocks. Between 690, 670 to 720 meter. We have dated already in the past some of the corals here. and really they proved to be last glacial, last ice age in time. So the oldest were 33,000 years before present, and the youngest about 18,000 years BP. That means that it was just the end of the last glacial age, which in a way began in more than 100,000 years ago. Before we were living, the Earth was living another warm period like the current one, called interglacial because they interpose between glacial times. And glacial times are during the Pleistocene, during the Quaternary, they are actually lasting more than the warmer interruption. So in a way, our time, the current interglacial that we call the Holocene, is an exceptional time for the Earth situation. I mean, it's pleasantly mild on the average, while during the Ice Age, I mean, it's self-explaining the term. We were in much colder conditions, and an ice age is about 100,000 years, and an interglacial is about 10,000 years. So you see, it's 1 to 10 in terms of duration. And the peak of the last glacial age was about 20,000, 21,000, according to some 23,000 up to 18,000 years before present. So basically, many of these corals at two rocks in the Perth Canyon were well alive during the glacial epoch. And today they are no longer doing well, at least in such a water depth. A lot to do, of course, with the currents. One of the major controlling water mass is the so-called Antarctic intermediate water. That is the one that actually is regulating so much of the fantastic coral growth that we observe for weeks in the Bremer Canyon. So again, we can see the extinct layering of this old sedimentary friable rock, limey rock, possibly any age from the Paleogene to the Miocene, to know exactly which part of the tertiary Cenozoic this rock belongs to. You need a piece, and then back ashore in a lab, somebody will look at the content in some diagnostic microfossil, both from the plant realm, so they call the nanoplankton, nanoflora, and from the animal kingdom, and those will be plenty foraminifera by large. Once again, the many holes and crevices in the rock, they offer the possibility for the occasional squat lobsters to have a safe den where to stay. We can observe many such tiny crustacean, normally pinkish, reddish in color, from the holes or just outside the holes. Well, the guess by Alexei Sadekov, that is one of the scientist on board. So the Russian gentleman associated with UWA in Perth and dealing with forums and chemistry and water properties control in them is just suggesting maybe early middle Miocene, maybe late. And what can I say? Yes, I can agree about that. On the other hand, we will never know unless we are bringing up ashore one of the sample, but we have done it. So if somebody wants to read the next report in a few months ahead, you may have the current age of the sediments here. But why not? I mean, these are the youngest actually contributing to the architecture of the Perth Canyon system. We got the oldest such rocks in a sort of piling up of sediment through time. So the canyon incision was getting down to possibly this is a wonderful corallium colony fan to the very latest Mesozoic, but most of the rocks we collect and we date from the past expedition were Paleogene to Miocene. So let's talk about corallium and paracorallium and the like. So they are quite famous in they are accompanying actually the history of our species. Beginning with the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean basin, there is feasting upon dead fish on a vertical cliff also. So for that will be a very inconvenient way to have our lunch, but not for the crustaceans, evidently. Scott lobster now is quite unhappy about the SuBastian interfering with his. But he will if he's not going too deep. Sorry about that, but well, we hope he had enough. So going back to crabs, they like very much to be scavengers. That is a simple way actually to feed yourself. A sea urchin that eventually move away because of the pressure wave due to our SuBastian. Some are obviously active predators, but it's much easier to actually to use a carrion. This is very good also for keeping the habitat clean of decaying bodies. And there are some animals that are only eating carrions. Many gastropods do that. And so we have another hanging coral gravy heart. In 680 meter, like before, precariously draping the cliff. Yes, again, filter feeders are normally um, exploiting the cliff and the current that is sweeping the cliff, so crinoids and steel asteroid. Now with Julie we are carefully watching, exploring the substrate to see any trace of some colony or cap coral or Solenosmilia still in situ. That will be great for us because what we have seen so far is just debris, so eventually falling for higher, likely no likeness from higher the slope here and accumulating whenever there is a change in sloping. This pretty view. Okay, you have the usual green Ecuran worm with the anchor light feeding apparatus, very long one, probing the sediment for food. But again, we have this brightly white steel asteroid, calcitic, cnidarian. They are very small, but there are many of them now, forming a miniaturized Lilliputian animal forest of their kind. So also there are glass sponges here and other sponges. Could you stop just 1 second? No, below the sponge. Perhaps it's soft. Okay, it's a soft coral. I thought. Okay, thank you. Yes, we can move. Yes, you can move on. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes you catch some live conversation with the ROV pilots on what we wanted to do. Sometimes you have to stop and magnify it just to have a close-up of something that we think could be of any interest to us. Sometimes it's exactly what we want. Many other times it was similar to what we want, or we were just misguided by some shapes that prove not to be the cap coral we were seeking for. Just to give an example. Yeah, we were observing now that maybe we have the incipient formation, what is technically called in hard ground. So a long exposure of the rock to the seawater interface may provoke lithification and also patination by iron and manganese oxides. So we think that we observe a few slabs with such patina. And this phenomenon is a little bit useful for some of the fauna that needs actually harder and firm substrate to fix on, because it will make stabilize a rock like this that is so chalky and limey. It's a little bit sort of a precarious substrate where to fix. is much easier for an animal that expected to live for years or decades attached to a substrate that the substrate itself is rock, is solid, not to detach maybe after weeks or maybe 1 year or 2 years, maybe just because of the weight of the column it is growing without knowing that you will get to a point where your weight will be too much for the semi-soft rock to sustain you. Here is a pretty assemblage of a few sea urchin, but especially these sponges and stilasterid predominantly. Even if they are using the water mass like the place where to find their food by filtering, in fact they do not compete. This could be our gross idea that everybody is filtering the water column. We came to this point also days ago. They are performing the same function, but that's not true at all. On the opposite, for many there is some kind of specialization according to the size and type of your filtering apparatus. Like sponges, for example, they have the osculi, so are very tiny holes through which there is a continuous, flash of seawater through. And this basic organism, sponges are very old, maybe among the first to appear on planet Earth. They retain particle food the size of bacteria, so very, very tiny thing. That is not what stilasterid or antipatarians, black corals, or other, or maybe not even the brittle star are looking for. So the same water column is serving the lunch to a variety of different organisms that are sitting at the same table, but with different capabilities in terms of food requirement and exploitation. Yeah, we had a close-up of the bottom. Then you can appreciate that there's obvious sponges, but also if you start to look carefully the substrate, you will see a couple of claws emerging from behind the sponge on the foreground. These are squat lobsters, pretend not to be seen. Sea urchin also. Um, Interesting here, there are species that they look solid, but in fact their test is not calcified. And so when you collect them, they actually they lose the shape of a kind of ovoidal sea urchin, and they flatten. And you have also to be careful because those type is often poisonous, so they may inflict you some sting. I got a couple of stings out of them, and it's not pleasant at all. Also, there are brittle stars or furoids hidden in holes in small cnidarian, and the usual black. Sorry, the opposite. The usual completely white, still asterid cnidarian. Very pretty, very branchy. Also very tiny gastropod shell. There is a hermit crab over there. Oops, sorry. Okay. Yeah, again, we have one of such hermit crab. This big one actually was a giantid-like colony on the carapax. Yes, so now we are probing the cap coral there. We are not sure, we suspect it's not to be a stony coral. I was just giving some reaction to the crinoid. We are not after you, so keep calm. Um, Now we observe again this coral graveyard in 670-meter water depth. But we really want to try to find the upper limit of coral, whatever dead or living stony coral evidence in the area here. So basically we'll try to keep going on 60-30 meter or so. Always the hope to spot some even dead coral but still in life position. That will help a lot our reconstruction, because of course coral graveyards are okay, are important. They provided the very true material that we use for dating and discovering the existence of last glacial community here, but they are somehow displaced. So now there is a replacement in an ROV team. So next to me there is Jason, our Texan ROV pilot, in as a chief pilot, and the co-pilot is once again is Cody. Yeah, here is an interesting situation that is dictated by the sedimentological, geological nature of the cliff here. Obviously, more erodible rocks are interposed between the two types that are making the two ridges here. So the whitey stuff is more friable, softer, and probably was easier to carve a terrace out of it. We also observed a graveyard just minutes ago, coral graveyard, that so far is the shallowest we have seen. Two rocks. and possibly sort of in situ situation, because there was no really too much of a chance that there was material collapsing for a cliff that it was not evident there. Still, water temperature is still quite stable at this depth range, so yeah, 6.97 Celsius. Muddy bioturbated drape here. A kind of bottom that in the Lewin Canyon and above all in the Bremer Canyon proved to be a great um, ground for mud-seeking cap corals like Flabellum and Stephanochatus. So interesting, this sort of cracked bedrock here with polygons and so on, and this huge quantity of purple sponges. I mean, diversity is not immense, but yeah, I think also that there are in situ colonies, coral colonies. Now we'll have a better look. We have an entry now by a given Paolo Montagna in Italy that sounds familiar to some of us. Perhaps maybe the Copi in the first leg. So, good afternoon, Australian time. Paolo, you are.
6.9 degrees, Paolo.
Yes. It's damnably cold here. It's 7 degrees almost. We found almost zero live corals in the graveyards, but with the tiny hope that one cap coral was alive, what is good news for the project.
Ciao, Paolo. Yeah, we picked up a few more of those polymyces early on. We had to actually move our original spot where we began the traverse in 2015 because there were some cables. So we went a few k's northeast and came across the boulders and various of those various polymyces. We picked up a few of those, and then came across this graveyard that's been extending for a couple of kilometres. So it's really quite extensive.
Yeah, we don't expect to listen to your voice in a chat line, but of course you can always digit something if you like so.
Yeah.
So now we are trying to collect a couple of push cores from this sedimented strip here. And this sediment looks a little bit sandy and coarse, but now let's see if we can get the sample nonetheless. This is what is primarily looked after by Alexei, as we point out many times during this expedition. He was looking through vertical distribution of foraminifera versus chemical condition in the water, in the sediment. Not bad. It's a nice, beautiful, soft cnidarian in full feeding activity. Seems to indicate there is some bottom current here, considering the fact that the tentacles are all banded. I don't think we observed it before during our expedition so far. So we take a good documentation of the animal for later recognition by taxonomists. Because we spot perhaps a commensal, maybe crustacean inside. Always something very interesting to observe. There's a relationship between animals. Looks like a squat lobster. So by now we are also spotting for the possible potential occurrence of a flabellum on this sea bottom. Temperature and texture of the sediment is exactly what we have seen to be the ingredients to account for flabellum and other mud seekers. Those are sclerotinian, very, very close to the desmophyllum and sonosmilia and the other stony corals that are targeted by the paleoclimatic oriented geochemical project that is actually at the base of this expedition here in the Australian canyons. True, we haven't seen almost any living corals so far since we first landed in True Rocks this morning, when we collect a few solitary corals there, living ones. But since then, actually, we haven't found any more. But we keep an eye open now. It will be really important for us to have it. One flabellum for a Perth Canyon. to put in the context of those that we observe in the Lewin Canyon and earlier in the Bremer Canyon. So again, this morning we only collect a few living polymeces, solitary cap corals, and that was about it. And maybe another undetermined cap coral alive or very, very recently dead from one of the coral graveyards in 740 meter water depth. Yeah, we also suspect that perhaps the soft sediment here, some places only just a veneer, just a very thin drape, because we see this still asteroid appear from the substrate, and probably they are firmly established on the hard substrate below. Although we know that at places we have at least 20, 30 centimeters of soft sediment because we just go through. And that would be the right place for looking for flabellum and allied species. about 2:45 p.m. Australian time. Here we are on board research vessel Falcor, Schmidt Ocean Institute, for the continuation of our Canyon Coral Australian adventure that we started almost a little less than a month ago, sailing off Albany and visiting first the Bremer Canyon, and then out 3 days ago the Lewin Canyon, and then finally moving now to the Perth Canyon, so the real western margin, about 60 kilometers off the town of Perth, where this important incision in the margin that is called the Perth Canyon and is a major feature. Actually, we nickname it the submergent Grand Canyon because its dimensions are huge. In fact, they start about 200 something meter, and then it's cutting through all the tertiary rocks and maybe late Mesozoic rocks down to 4,000 meter, when finally is actually opening to the battle plain in this sector of the Indian Ocean. And our first dive here was partly a repetition of one of the dives we did always on board the anthropic impact. So, but this is not much. I mean, this is the first one we've seen so far, so the environment is, I would say, is pristine. This kind may come from a cruise ship or discarded by somebody in navigation. And so, yeah, maybe we still have something to look at. Yeah, so we have a gravel with corals, a 670 meter water depth. So this is our shallowest occurrence of coral presence around here. Everything is dead. As I mentioned before, most of the coral growth here has been dated to the last glacial age, 33 to 80,000 years BP. Yeah, okay, this is our little contribution to clean the ocean. Not big deal, I would say. It's the first can we have found during our 3 weeks and a half operation at sea. If we compare to many canyons we know from European seas, this is absolutely nothing. Okay, there's a solitary and degraded coral is an important piece of evidence for us because actually the shallowest we have found so far, and also from the piece that collapsed from the rock is also possibly another dead sclerotinian stony coral. We are by now in 670 meter, roughly, water depth. The temperature didn't change. Of course, we are still in the same water mass since almost the beginning of our dive today. So it's around 7 Celsius. So now we are going to collect also this. Oh, there is a living one. There is a living one or a very fresh one. So we're lucky. There is a small cap coral. They look quite fresh, almost freshly dead, if not still alive. It's good for calibration. And thank you for the nice things that you are actually writing upon us, about us on the chat line. Yes, we are quite a joyful team on board, but it's so great to be in the bottom of the ocean and to make all these discoveries. And also, so we are very happy that we can share our, happiness exploring with you people ashore. Once again, what we are seeing for the first time, you are seeing as well on the same time. Okay, so considering whether to pick it up or not. Oh, these tiny, shining, triangular-shaped shells, they belong to one of the many species of theropods. So these are holoplanktonic mollusca, so they are sort of sea snail. They spend their entire life in the plankton, and they are important in the economy of the oceans. They are browsers and carnivores upon other planktonic organisms. They contribute to form important sediment, carbonate sediment in the bottom of the ocean, called ooze. So these oozes are normally made up by invisible remains of algae, uh, foraminifera, plenty foraminifera and pteropods. Good question, Robin. Um, is the canyon supposed to look like this? No, of course, a canyon is an incision by definition. It's only that today, as first dive here, we stay on the margin, so external to the canyon per se. But from tomorrow, since we will really dive into the Perth Canyon, that is really imposing structure. I mean, as I say before, it started about 200, 250 meter, and the incision is getting down to 4,000 plus meters. So if we compare the Perth Canyon with the Grand Canyon, we win. So tomorrow you will see, if you like to join us, and if the marine condition will permit diving, we expect, but one really knows, then you will see how steep are the cliffs there, almost vertical walls. I think it's nice sharks is coming finally to greet us, and you will appreciate the cost of the canyon. So it's nothing to do with climate change that are changing anything. You're perfectly right. This is not the canyon; it's the shoulder, actually the plane bringing to the canyon. Why did we want to start with this plane dive? Well, because we need to secure the fossil coral material from a site that we knew since 5 years to be productive for this kind of information. We already published a paper last year on the Perth Canyon based on the research vessel Falcor previous expedition 215 that was predating actually the construction the SuBastian by the Schmid-Ocean Institute, and so we were just using another reasonably good ROV with less capability, especially for sampling, but nevertheless we were capable to explore the Perth Canyon in a range of 3,000 meters up to 300, but only spotty dives were being done. The time it was a shorter expedition, some 10 days. This time is not that the expedition in the Perth Canyon is any longer. In fact, we concentrate most of our time in the other canyons that were Bremer, that we explore with a lot of detail, and the Lewin that okay, was only exploring a couple of ROV dives. But here we'll integrate what has been already done in the past. So by exploring areas that we haven't looked at before, and perhaps this time also indulging in a deep water one down to 3,000 meters. Still we have to see in the total economy of the project that is convenient, because we know that at 3,000 meters we don't expect to have corals, but we will see. So if you like to stay with us, perhaps you may enjoy really diving down the bottom of the Perth Canyon with us. By now we are rising at a couple of push cores from this silted area. So this is another side program. So the sample was not good, was considered not suitable, so they got rid of. But another side project here is the study of foraminifera. There are 4 of these tiny unicellular organism, very important economy of the ocean. They are abundant almost at any depth. Many species actually are known to secrete mineral skeleton by largest calcium carbonate in the stable form of calcite, so they are quite resilient in the sediment even after the death. Plus, they foraminifera, they occupy a lot of ecological niche. Not only they live on the bottom or attached to many to a variety of substrata, including leaves and meadows in the shallow water, or maybe to deep sea coral in the depth. But they also have a lot of species that are living as planktonic organisms all their lives, and they, as I was saying before, they contribute substantially to make some kind of offshore deep water sediments, but also being dispersed by the currents all over the globe. They can be used, and they are used in fact in geology also for dating, in the sense that their major bloom is after the Cretaceous biological crisis, somewhere of course around before, but anyhow, plantiforms are a literary material for dating rocks that form in far distant oceans, because the fact that they float and they go around with currents means that they can be dispersed over vast areas in the ocean at any time. So you may have just a precise method to correlate, that's the term, the verb that we are using in geology. Instead, we can correlate rocks forming mountains in the Himalayas with mountains in the Andes, with the Cascade Range, with the Alps and so on, by using these planktonic markers. So very important. Well, now in the control room we also have the visit of Nick. And Nick is in the original team who designed and contribute constructing the ROV SuBastian, Smith Ocean Institute. So he's checking if it's working fine. Yes, it does. It does. Oh, this is a Maide family, sort of spider crab. I'm sure that the biologist from the Western Australian Museum is considering to secure this specimen for assessing the biodiversity of the canyon here. They are very mobile, so we will see. somebody was observing the decapod or the crustaceans actually that was associated with the hydroid, the solitary hydroid. I don't know if symbiosis or possibly mostly commensalism when you share your ecological niche. It's not detrimental to any, but not really necessarily an advantage for any of the two organisms involved. A little bit hard to say, but I would vote for commensalism instead than symbiosis. We just cross over living solitary coral, important for our calibration purpose. Actually, it's not one of the flabellum or the other that are living free in the sediment. As you can see, it's firmly attached to the piece of rock, the substrate. But nevertheless, it's the only one we have for alive from this water depth at this temperature. So it's a precious piece of information for the paleoclimatic story. In another surgical operation by Cody and Jason. That could be a cariophylid like Scurratinian. On board we will spend some time in looking at the shape of the septa, the presence of given skeletal diagnostic aspects. Okay, we are continuing our exploration of this silted stretch of sediment that is dripping more or less efficiently the underlying bedrock that again seems to be made by the usual bioturbated sedimentary rocks. We haven't seen too much so far. Again, we are just squeezing with the hope to find some more live coral here for the purpose of our project, aiming at corals for paleoclimatic purposes. Here we have again a mining forest of stilastrates. But we doubt a little bit that we could really cross through those type of stony corals living losing the sediment, but we give us a chance. Temperature regime 7.1 Celsius is okay. The water depth is consistent for the depth we found the flabellum and allied corals in the other canyon. Now we cross over another graveyard. Yeah, here on the ridge we see a number of sponges, including these beautiful conical glass sponges, together with the usual purple one that we have seen so many times during our dive today, and the white stilasterite. Here we have a situation where there is some coral debris, coral hash. It's very degraded. It could be just only one veneer over bedrock. So thinking about maybe a probe sample, otherwise we will move away. But actually here it will be one of the shallowest occurrence of such coral graveyards. The biology here is a little bit repetitive for what I've seen during all this dive, but that should not be too surprising given that we are on a flat, basically flat environment with some small ridges here and there. Same water depth, about we just move some 50 meters up and down. And temperature, okay, just not much difference, 6.9 to now 7.2 Celsius. Today will be different, possibly. But still remember that by no means, for what we understand and we understood from our previous expedition in Perth Canyon, by no means is comparable for diversity and richness in life, biomass, etc. With the Bremer Canyon. Obviously something to do with the general circulation here. We are in a more distant area with respect to the southwestern canyons. We are in the western sector of Australia. Water masses more or less are the same, so intermediate Antarctic water and very deep the Antarctic circumpolar. But it's this canyon system that is definitely less dynamic with respect Bremer and other canyons there. And we know that since 2015. We have by now completed our sampling here. We will check later if the coral material is so degraded not to allow to be dated and to do geochemistry on. We will see. Normally we always count upon those that are a little bit buried by the sediment, so maybe they are a little less degraded. So it's not a good sampling station made by Chris and Russell. So by now driving the ROV SuBastian at the bottom of the Perth canyon, but not really the canyon itself, but the northern margin of the structure. A rather flat area. There's a lot of bedrock making up the landscape, a lot of rubble, blocks, pebbles, slabs, and on occasion more or less vast stretches of sediment draping the structure here. So a few dories, deep sea dories around here. It's probably one of the most common sight we got during all our exploration of the Bremer Canyon, Louis Canyon, and now Perth Canyon. Fish diversity today was not that high, but maybe now something ahead may add to the diversity. We are two different kind. One seems to be one of those scorpionid-like demersal fish stay on the sea bottom, like Helicolenus or similar rockfish. We have still 1 hour to go today before calling off. ROV SuBastian dive 327. Once again, here we are in off the margin of Australia. Is our first dive in the Perth Canyon system. We started to explore a site outside the canyon itself. That will be tomorrow. And again, the target that we met many times was just to find coral graveyards and perhaps the occasional live Sturatinian coral for calibration, but coral graveyards that we knew since 2015 to be abundant in the sector of the Perth Canyon system. And we collect many fossil corals between 750 to 660 meter about. We expect to have intercepted coral life that was thriving here at the time of the last ice age, and maybe with kind of interruption or reductions or better times up to modern times. But obviously the golden age for corals here at the Turok site was the last ice age. Nowadays there are only a few isolated live corals here and there, and so far there were only solitary corals. No. We're going to pay a visit to the octopus that is staying under one of these overhang next to a sideroid sea urchin. Stony pavement on our right and the emerging bedrock here. Yeah, the sea urchin is not a sideroid, or maybe yes. Okay, let's say yes. Mm. Interesting. Yeah, so we are going to collect some dead shell material and perhaps also the echinoid for the museum and a piece of the substrate for the habitat mapping story here. Again, for those who follow the Falco expedition and for the canyon coral story, we also prepare a more comprehensive study of the canyons, and we will do habitat mapping, actually coupling the topography, the natural substrate with the biological presence here. That will be done following the transit of the ROV SuBastian. All the information that we met during our journey into the sea bottom has been filed automatically, plus the annotation that we wanted to add time by time. We have two systems to record the data, the information. One is called the Squiddle, and the other is the sea log, where there are codes that we are using for actually characterizing in a way, in a rough but relatively rigorous way, the most important information we have. And then will be combined in a sort of thematic map. Those kind of maps that are useful also for managing at best the seabed by any given authorities. So that will be national authorities in the territorial waters, of course, but also in the EEZ, the exclusive economic zones. Kind of different when you are dealing with the high seas. They belong to nobody, and so it's more difficult to have regulations and also to enforce fine, to enforce laws, of course, because they are behind the rights of any given government. So you need a different kind of regulation where people agrees upon. Of course, there are international bodies like United Nations and and so on that offer avenues and, let's say, possibilities for treaties that are then signed by the nations, and even other you have to abide to those. Well, yeah, this is a kind of interesting story here. Um, in a way, it reminds a little bit like to be in a desertic landscape where you have this kind of mushroom-like shape situation where the softer base is actually is eroded in that case by particles that are put in suspension by wind. Here we don't have wind, but we have the liquid substitute for the wind, that is a current, and the bottom is also sandy, so perhaps that mushroom morphs that we saw, they may derive by something similar like a current suspending sandy sediment and perhaps wearing a little bit to the base of the limestone formation, especially the more erodible, softer lithology. Maybe so, maybe not. We will pass this footage information to maybe a marine geomorphologist that may start to look around with different eyes than ours. You may see that here the bottom is a little bit bumpy, but seems to be in parallel ridges, maybe something like ripple or mega ripple. So again, something you may see where a lot of energy is concentrated on a movable, mobile substrate, especially the sandy one. There are sites around the world's ocean where you have even mega dunes, meters high, that are moving under the influence of monodirectional currents. Normally, this kind of concentration of energy in the sea bottom more evident where you have straits. So when the sea bottom is narrowed by bedrock, by land masses and so on, it's also called strait dynamics. And in such situation you have Venturi effects and other situations where you may actually have a big accumulation of drifty sediment, or again hydraulic dunes, like comparable to the dunes that we have on shore, on coastal areas, sandy coastal areas, of course also in the deserts. Yeah, we have collected this small piece of rock, especially because time by time we collect also um, other calcified clay area, including still asterids. Although by now they are not on the agenda of the species, the group we are analyzing for geochemical purposes, it may well be that in the future we will consider these corals also for geochemical studies, and it would be not a waste of time by considering that they are responsible for making possibly the biggest coral-like reefs in Antarctica. They do very well in the polar waters between 0 and almost -2 degrees Celsius. So will be a use for them as well. We keep ourselves ready maybe for another project. Being opportunistic during this expedition and collecting a few samples. Also of potential new material to be used in the near future. Yeah, okay, so we discovered also maybe the first bottle of the expedition. We go to check, and now we will see if we clean the canyon by picking up the bottle, or maybe we leave it there. Let's see. Okay, we'll take it. Okay, so we are documenting human impact in the Perth Canyon. This time is a metal thing. There is a lot of traffic, of course, on the surface. There are tankers, merchant ships, and others. So it may happen that something is finding its way down to the bottom. But for any standard, this is a very clean, pristine place, especially if you compare to the Atlantic Ocean next to the big city or the, the highly traffic waters there, where you have oil rigs, ships every 5 minutes, dumping from the continent, dumping from the ship, you name. So I think that during our Australian expedition here, we got and we saw less than 10 items that we may classify like a marine litter. There was a sort of aluminum bag in the Bremer Canyon, a piece of plastic, maybe we spot one bottle. This time we saw a collected one bottle, the metal piece, a couple of ropes, and the can that we collect earlier this day. There's not much, not much. We should keep like this. Last year I saw horrific ROV footage from the Mediterranean, where also because of the complicity of bottom currents, but we cannot blame oceanography for that. The bottom was almost invisible because covered by all possible kind of trash, including cars and tires and mattresses and lots of plastic and so on. Yeah, on occasion, some of the stuff is flushed at sea by uh, intense meteorological events on land that are going to be intensified now. We have seen many times now documentaries showing flash floods in France, in Italy, in Spain. For example, talking about Europe, Germany, and so on, lifting literally tens of cars, and if by chance your village is a coastal town, then it's going to disappear deep on the slope, to be found maybe later by the ROV. Say that other are really because the people doesn't care about the blue planet, well, actually doesn't even care about the planet on shore too many times, and so again is using the deep ocean like a trash bin of all sort of stuff. What is really bad? one talking about trash, one place I wanted just to maybe just talk about now, since we are next to Koloff also. SuBastian ROV Dive 327 is the Adriatic Sea. So the Adriatic Sea is a small semi-enclosed basin into the Mediterranean, and unfortunately those waters witness a lot of wars from World War I war to World War I II up to the Balkanian Yugoslavian wars of these years. And sadly enough, a lot of the ordnance and munitions, including especially during World War I, but not only, weapons that were forbidden by the Geneva Convention, they found their way into the sea bottom. I'm talking about hyprite, mustard gas, and so on. Now, the environmental agency, the Italian one, were capable to identify most of these dumping sites. So, of course, they are restricted. Nobody can get there. There's no fishing, obviously. But I'm afraid that here and there still there are other such sites. And it happened in the past that the innocent fishermen were just trolling there and getting on board some of these barrels or things without knowing the awful nature of their content. So they got hit by this let's say prohibited weaponry. Especially World War I, they were making big use of this, and so it was only after that war that it was officially stopped their use. But we know all too well that maybe more or less secretly they've been used, at least stored, by more than one nation. Others were just discarded tanks or unexploded bomb. While coming back from the Yugoslavian front, they were actually, you didn't want to land with a bomb under your warplane, and so on occasion they were dropped into the sea, in the Adriatic Sea. So some are still there. So by now we have also taken Niskin bottles, so actually seawater sample, to calibrate the situation with coral life here in terms of water variable. And this was the last operation for today. So here we are on board research vessel Falcon of the Schmidt Ocean Institute in navigation off the western margin of Australia. That's the last target of the Canyon Coral adventure. We have finished up actually our investigation, the Bremer and Lewin Canyons, and now we are running a few more dives in the Perth Canyon. It is all about 60 kilometers offshore in the town of Perth in Western Australia. The first dive today was successful. It was actually targeting basically coral graveyards. We need to get a lot of material out of these coral graveyards because they are telling us the story of coral reefs in the deep that are no longer there, but they were flourishing during the last ice age. So now the ROV pilots are starting the last part of the dive operation. It will also consist in closing the day by obviously recovering the SuBastian from the seafloor on the deck of the Falcor. And then once secured on the deck, the scientists will storm to see what we have collected, and then in a very ordered chain, the sample that has been scrupulously stored in all possible kind of bins and marked, of course, one by us, will be taken into the web lab inside, and then prepared for their final destiny. Could be just for biological reasons, for geological reasons, and most of the stuff will be for the geochemical reasons of our mission. So now Cody is just sitting as chief and only pilot here. We only need one person for the recovery, and the other team is ready not only for actually the recovery on board the ship, but also for the later operation to check everything from electronics to the hydraulic system to the perfect functioning of the robotic arm. Anything should be given for granted. If you see things working, it's because they are after this very complicated machine, morning to night. And so on behalf of the other team member in the control room, and of course on behalf of all other component of the expedition, from the crew to the other crew member and the scientific members, we now say you goodbye and hope to see you tomorrow, weather permitting, but we don't have a bad forecast for the time being. We will in fact dive the real Perth Canyon, not only the margin as I've done today, getting perhaps a kind of deep. We still have to figure out with Julie Trotter the target for tomorrow. So thank you for having been today with us, and a good bye-bye by Marco, and ciao to the Italian component of the ashore team. Although today I only see a gentleman or a person actually from Belgium, and Paolo, the former PI, be connected officially with us, or perhaps other people that didn't disclose their identity were just following us. Ciao. Okay, so Karel, our Estonian gentleman that with Deb Smith is responsible for the navigation and many other things, being both the MTs of the Schmidt Ocean Institute, say no, don't end yet the chat line because there is, there is two Italians. And this one is a given, Giorgio, I suspect Giorgio to be my student in Bologna, but maybe so, maybe, yeah, it's him, okay. Good, thank you, Giorgio, for following us. And thank you to the Unknown Explorer that now you are very known to us because you share all the dives together, like Jason and a few other friends, if I can call you like that from Bremer Canyon were with us during the very beautiful and the more modest dives, but everything is what we have beneath the surface. Everything is real, everything is how nature is presenting herself. So thanks again and bye bye now.